Welcome to What If Sleep Story and soft-spoken tales to slow the day's thoughts and carry you toward peaceful sleep. Before we begin, tell me where in the world you're listening from tonight, and, if you wish, what's on your mind. I read every note and love keeping quiet company across distances. If this brings you peace, a like and subscribe help me make more nightbound stories. Now, settle in, get comfortable, and breathe with me as we begin. The garden, shears clicked softly against the stems of the late-blooming roses, their petals holding the last warmth of September's golden light. Miss Jane Marple's weathered hands moved with practised precision, each cut deliberate and gentle, as if she were conducting a quiet symphony of stems and thorns. The air carried the drowsy scent of jasmine and the faint smokiness of coal fires beginning to wake in cottage chimneys across Chipping Cleghorn. Her fingertips brushed against the velvety petals, still damp with evening dew, while somewhere in the distance the village clock tower chimed 6 times, its bronze voice echoing off stone walls that had stood witness to 3 centuries of English countryside life. She paused, her grey head tilted slightly, as footsteps approached along the cobblestone path that wound between her cottage and the main village street. The rhythm was familiar, the unhurried gait of Mr. Pemberton, the postman, though something in his usually cheerful cadence seemed different tonight. Miss Marple's pale blue eyes, sharp despite her 70-odd years, caught the subtle hesitation in his step, the way he shifted his leather satchel from one shoulder to the other, as if it carried more weight than usual. "Good evening, Miss Marple," he called, his voice carrying that particular strain that comes when a man wishes to speak of something troubling, but cannot quite find the words. The evening light caught the brass buttons of his uniform, worn smooth by decades of faithful service, and painted golden highlights across his worried brow. "Good evening, Mr. Pemberton," she replied, setting down her shears on the wooden garden table, where a porcelain teacup sat cooling, forgotten in the gentle absorption of tending her flowers. "You seem unusually burdened this evening. Has the postal service taken to delivering lead weights instead of letters?" The postman's laugh came out as more of a sigh, and he removed his cap, running his fingers through thinning hair that the twilight breeze immediately ruffled into unruly tufts. "It's not the weight of the letters that troubles me, Miss Marple. It's the nature of some of them." He glanced around the quiet street where gas lamps were beginning to flicker to life like sleepy fireflies, casting warm pools of amber light on the worn cobblestones. "Strange correspondence has been making its way through the village these past few days. Letters that, they're not quite right." Miss Marple's hands stilled on the rose stems, though her expression remained as serene as the surface of a mill pond. She had learned, through decades of quiet observation and gentle investigation, that the most extraordinary revelations often came wrapped in the most ordinary moments. "Not quite right in what way, Mr. Pemberton?" The postman shifted his weight from one foot to the other, his shadow stretching long across the garden path where fallen leaves created a tapestry of amber and rust. "They arrive with no postmark, Miss Marple, no return address. The paper is fine quality, too fine for ordinary correspondence, and the handwriting—" He paused, searching for words that seemed to dance just beyond his reach. "The handwriting is beautiful, almost old-fashioned, like something from my grandmother's generation. But the contents—" His voice trailed off into the gathering dusk. The September evening settled around them like a familiar shawl, bringing with it the comforting sounds of a village preparing for night. Somewhere, a cat mewed softly from a windowsill, and the distant clatter of dinner preparations drifted from open kitchen windows. The scent of Mrs. Hartwell's famous meat pie mingled with the earthier smell of freshly turned soil from Mr. Davies's vegetable garden, creating that particular perfume of English village life that spoke of centuries of quiet contentment. "And who has been receiving these mysterious letters?" Miss Marple asked, her voice carrying no more urgency than if she were inquiring about the weather forecast or the price of butter at the village shop. Mr. Pemberton glanced around once more, as if the very lampposts might have ears, then leaned slightly closer. Mrs. Weatherby received one this morning, nearly fainted right there on her doorstep when she read it. Her maid, Sarah, had to help her inside and fetch the smelling salts. He shook his head, clearly troubled by the memory. And yesterday, Mr. Blackwood from the manor house found one slipped under his door. No one saw who delivered it, mind you. It was simply there. The village of Chipping Cleghorn in 1934 was a place where time moved like honey, thick and golden and sweet. Its narrow streets curved between cottages that seemed to have grown from the earth itself, their thatched roofs and climbing roses creating a tableau that artists travelled from London to capture on canvas. The village green, with its ancient oak tree and weathered memorial to the Great War, served as the heart around which daily life orbited in gentle, predictable patterns. This was a community where everyone knew not only their neighbours' names but also their peculiar habits, their favourite remedies for rheumatism, and the exact time each household put the kettle on for afternoon tea. Mrs. Weatherby, the baker's widow, was known for her nervous disposition and her excellent sponge cakes. Mr. Blackwood, the local squire, maintained the dignified aloofness expected of his position, while harbouring a secret passion for detective novels that he read by lamplight when he thought no one was watching. What manner of content could cause such distress? Miss Marple inquired, though something in her tone suggested she might already be forming theories, like a spider sensing the first tremors in her web. The postman's discomfort deepened, and he twisted his cap in his hands as if wringing truth from its fabric. Well, Miss Marple, that's the peculiar thing. The letters? They predict things. Specifically, they predict. He swallowed hard, his Adam's apple bobbing in his throat. They predict deaths, Miss Marple. Not in any threatening way, mind you, more like prophecies, written in this flowery, almost poetic language that makes your skin crawl even as you admire the penmanship. The garden around them seemed to hold its breath, as if even the roses were listening. Miss Marple's fingers absently stroked the soft petals of a particularly fragrant bloom, her mind already beginning to sort through possibilities with the methodical precision she applied to everything from knitting patterns to human behaviour. How very curious, she murmured, and in those 3 simple words lay depths of interest that Mr. Pemberton found both comforting and slightly unnerving. Miss Marple had a reputation in Chipping Cleghorn for understanding people and situations in ways that sometimes bordered on the uncanny. And these predictions, have any of them proven accurate? That's just it, Miss Marple. They haven't had time to prove anything yet. The first letter Mrs. Weatherby received mentioned something about the turning of the leaves bringing the turning of her fortune, and warned her to prepare for the journey all souls must take. Very melodramatic stuff, if you ask me, but it certainly set her nerves on edge. The evening air carried a hint of coolness now, the first whisper of autumn's approach. Gas lamps flickered more steadily, as full darkness began to claim the village, their light creating cosy circles of warmth that pushed back the encroaching shadows. From the direction of the village pub, the Lamb and Flag, came the faint sound of laughter and the clink of glasses, the daily ritual of neighbours gathering to discuss the day's events over pints of bitter and games of darts. Miss Marple's cottage stood slightly apart from the main cluster of village buildings, surrounded by the garden that was her pride and joy. The roses that climbed the white-painted walls were her particular specialty, varieties she had cultivated over decades of patient care. Some were old varieties, their lineage stretching back to the gardens of medieval monasteries, while others were newer cultivars that she had coaxed into blooming through careful attention to soil, sunlight, and the mysterious alchemy of the gardener's art. Has anyone considered who might be responsible for delivering these letters? She asked, though her tone remained as gentle as if she were discussing the proper timing for pruning climbing roses. Mr. Pemberton shook his head emphatically. That's another strange thing, Miss Marple. No one's seen hide nor hair of anyone suspicious around the village. You know how it is here. A stranger can't so much as sneeze without half the village knowing about it by tea time. Yet these letters appear like Well, like magic. The word magic hung in the air between them, and Miss Marple noticed how it seemed to make the postman uncomfortable, as if speaking it aloud might somehow give it power. She understood this reaction well. In a village like Chipping Cleghorn, where the rhythms of life had remained largely unchanged for generations, anything that disrupted the natural order could seem supernatural, especially when it arrived cloaked in mystery and bearing messages of mortality. The social fabric of Chipping Cleghorn in the 1930s was woven from threads of tradition, propriety, and mutual dependence. The village supported a baker, a butcher, a publican, and a small general store run by the Mrs. Pembroke, twin sisters who had never married and who maintained a comprehensive knowledge of everyone's business, with the dedication of professional archivists. There was the vicar, Reverend Ashford, whose sermons were noted more for their brevity than their inspiration, and Dr. Manning, whose practice encompassed not only the village, but also the surrounding farms and countryside. Each person had their place in this carefully orchestrated community, and each knew the expectations and responsibilities that came with that place. The disruption caused by mysterious letters predicting death was not merely a matter of individual concern, it threatened the very stability of their shared world. Perhaps, Miss Marple suggested with the mildness of someone commenting on the likelihood of rain, these letters are the work of someone who understands the village well enough to know how such messages would be received, someone familiar with our residents' particular sensitivities. The postman considered this, nodding slowly. You mean someone local, then? But Miss Marple, who in Chipping Cleghorn would do such a thing, and why? It was a question that spoke to the heart of small community life, where the idea that a neighbour might harbour dark secrets or malicious intentions challenged fundamental assumptions about safety and trust. Yet Miss Marple had observed enough of human nature to know that even the most tranquil surface could conceal currents of desperation, jealousy, or greed. The village clock chimed the half-hour, its bronze voice carrying across the rooftops and garden walls, marking time's passage with the same reliable precision it had maintained since its installation in 1887 to celebrate Queen Victoria's Golden Jubilee. The sound seemed to settle over the village like a benediction, reminding its residents that some things, at least, remained constant in an increasingly uncertain world. "Tell me, Mr. Pemberton," Miss Marple said, gathering her shears and the forgotten teacup, "do you recall anything unusual about the delivery patterns recently? Any changes in routine, perhaps, or requests for specific timing of deliveries?" The postman's eyes brightened slightly, as if grateful to focus on the practical details of his profession rather than the unsettling implications of supernatural correspondence. "Now that you mention it, Miss Marple, there have been a few odd requests lately. Mrs. Weatherby asked me to be particularly careful about checking for any unmarked letters, and Mr. Blackwood inquired about the possibility of having his mail delivered directly to his study rather than left in the usual spot by the front door." "How interesting," Miss Marple murmured, and again, her tone suggested layers of meaning that the words themselves didn't reveal. "It seems our mysterious correspondent has already begun to achieve their desired effect, even before any predictions have had time to prove themselves true or false." The realization seemed to disturb Mr. Pemberton even more than the letters themselves. He replaced his cap with hands that trembled slightly, whether from the evening chill or nervous tension. "You mean someone's deliberately trying to frighten people? But what could they possibly gain from such cruelty?" Miss Marple's smile was gentle but knowing, like that of a teacher who has heard the same question from countless students, and understands that the answer must be discovered rather than simply given. "Fear, Mr. Pemberton, can be a remarkably useful tool for someone with the proper motivation. The question is not whether someone would use it, but rather what they hope to accomplish by doing so." As they spoke, the village continued its evening transformation. Lights appeared in windows like earthbound stars, each one representing a family gathering for dinner, a solitary reader settling down with a book, or children being tucked into bed with stories of brave knights and sleeping princesses. The air grew cooler, carrying the scent of wood smoke and the distant sweetness of night-blooming stocks from Mrs. Patterson's garden. This was Chipping Cleghorn at its most peaceful, a community settling into the comfort of familiar routines, secure in the knowledge that tomorrow would bring the same gentle rhythm of market day, tea time, and evening prayers. Yet underneath this tranquil surface, Miss Marple sensed the subtle vibrations of unease, like a discordant note in an otherwise harmonious symphony. "I think," she said, carefully balancing her teacup and garden tools, "that it might be wise to pay particular attention to the detail surrounding these letters, the paper, the handwriting, the timing of their appearance. All of these things may tell us more than the dramatic words they contain." Mr. Pemberton nodded gratefully, clearly relieved to have shared his burden with someone whose reputation for wisdom and discretion was well established throughout the village. "I knew you'd know what to make of it all, Miss Marple. Should I alert the constable, do you think?" The village constable, P.C. Williams, was a well-meaning man whose primary responsibilities involved dealing with the occasional poached rabbit, settling disputes over property boundaries, and ensuring that the annual village fete proceeded without major incident. The idea of supernatural letters predicting death was somewhat outside his usual purview. "Perhaps we might wait a day or two," Miss Marple suggested diplomatically. "If these letters continue to appear, or if any of their predictions begin to manifest, then certainly the proper authorities should be informed. In the meantime, a bit of discreet observation might prove illuminating." As Mr. Pemberton bid her good night and continued on his evening rounds, Miss Marple remained in her garden for a few moments longer, ostensibly deadheading the last of the summer roses, but actually allowing her mind to consider the puzzle that had presented itself. In her experience, mystery and malice often wore the mask of the supernatural, not because supernatural forces were at work, but because people were remarkably willing to believe in magic when the alternative was accepting that their neighbours might not be quite what they seemed. The village around her had settled into its nightly rhythm, each household a small world unto itself, yet all connected by the invisible threads of community life. Somewhere among these peaceful cottages and tidy gardens, someone was crafting letters designed to spread fear and confusion. The question was not whether this person would be found. Miss Marple had considerable confidence in that eventual outcome, but rather what circumstances had driven them to such desperate measures. As she finally gathered her belongings and made her way toward the warm glow spilling from her own cottage windows, Miss Marple reflected on the curious human tendency to seek elaborate explanations for events that often had remarkably simple causes. Fear of death was universal, but the exploitation of that fear was distinctly human. Whatever was happening in Chipping Cleghorn, she suspected it had far more to do with very earthly concerns than with prophecy or supernatural intervention. The first chapter of what would prove to be a most unusual autumn was beginning to unfold, written not in the mysterious script of phantom letters, but in the small, observable details of human behaviour that Miss Marple had spent a lifetime learning to read. Morning light filtered through the lace curtains of Mrs. Weatherby's sitting room like honey through cheesecloth, casting delicate patterns of shadow and gold across the worn Persian rug that had belonged to her late mother. The gentle tick of the mantel clock provided a steady rhythm to the morning, while outside the village was awakening to another day with all the comfortable predictability of a well-rehearsed symphony. Somewhere in the distance the baker's apprentice whistled a cheerful tune as he wheeled his cart along the cobblestone streets, the aroma of fresh bread preceding him like a herald announcing the dawn. Mrs. Weatherby sat in her favourite armchair, the one upholstered in faded rose chintz that had survived 3 decades of faithful service, holding a letter in hands that trembled like autumn leaves in a gentle breeze. The paper was indeed of exceptional quality, as Mr. Pemberton had observed, thick and cream-coloured, with a subtle watermark that spoke of expense and careful selection. The handwriting flowed across the page in elegant copperplate script, each letter formed with the precision of someone who had been taught penmanship as an art rather than merely a means of communication. Sarah, the young maid who had been with the Weatherby household since her 15th birthday some 4 years earlier, hovered nearby with a teacup that rattled softly against its saucer, betraying her own nervous state. The girl had been raised in the village, the daughter of the blacksmith, and possessed the solid common sense that came from generations of practical folk. Yet even her steadfast nature seemed shaken by the peculiar atmosphere that had settled over the cottage like morning mist. "Perhaps, ma'am," Sarah ventured with the careful deference that her position required, "it might be best to set the letter aside for now. Cook has prepared your favourite porridge, with a touch of honey from Mr. Davies's beehives, and the morning post has brought the Ladies' Home Journal you've been expecting." But Mrs. Weatherby's attention remained fixed on the mysterious correspondence, her pale blue eyes reading and rereading the flowing script, as if repetition might somehow change its meaning. The letter was not long, perhaps a dozen lines, but its brevity seemed to concentrate rather than diminish its unsettling power. The words spoke of autumn's approach, of leaves preparing to release their hold on familiar branches, and of the natural order that governed all living things. Yet woven through these seemingly innocent observations was a thread of something darker, a suggestion that Mrs. Weatherby's own grip on life might be as tenuous as that of the yellowing leaves outside her window. The sitting room itself bore testament to a life lived quietly, but with careful attention to beauty and comfort. Watercolour paintings of local landscapes adorned the walls, their gentle blues and greens speaking of peaceful afternoons spent capturing the essence of the countryside. A bookshelf near the window held a collection of novels by Mrs. Gaskell and Anthony Trollope, their leather bindings worn smooth by frequent handling. Fresh flowers from the cottage garden, late-blooming dahlias and sweet peas, filled a crystal vase on the small round table where Mrs. Weatherby took her afternoon tea. This was a world built on routine and gentle pleasures, where the most dramatic events were typically limited to heated discussions at the Women's Institute meetings, or the occasional scandal involving someone's prize roses being affected by aphids. The intrusion of mysterious letters predicting death seemed not merely disturbing, but almost obscene in its violation of the natural order. "The handwriting is quite beautiful," Mrs. Weatherby murmured, though her voice carried no admiration for the skill displayed. Whoever wrote this was educated in the old style, before children were allowed to scribble however they pleased. "There's something familiar about it, though I cannot quite—" Her voice trailed off as she examined the letters more closely, holding the paper up to catch the morning light. Word of the strange letter had begun to spread through the village with the remarkable efficiency that characterised all news in Chipping Cleghorn. Mrs. Patterson, who lived next door and who possessed hearing that seemed to function with supernatural acuity, had observed Sarah rushing to fetch the smelling salts the previous morning. This information, carefully embellished with Mrs. Patterson's own theories about its significance, had been shared with the milkman, who had passed it along to the baker, who had mentioned it to the Mrs. Pembroke at the general store. By the time the village clock chimed 9 o'clock, half of Chipping Cleghorn was aware that Mrs. Weatherby had received some form of disturbing correspondence, though the exact nature of the disturbance had been transformed through multiple retellings into something ranging from a death threat, from escaped convicts, to a romantic proposal from an unknown admirer. The truth, as it often did in small communities, struggled to compete with the far more entertaining possibility suggested by imagination and gossip. Miss Marple encountered the first whispers of these rumours as she made her way to the village post office, a small stone building that had served the community since the reign of Queen Victoria, and which maintained an atmosphere of dignified efficiency despite its modest size. The morning air was crisp with the promise of autumn, carrying the scent of wood smoke from cottage chimneys and the earthier smell of leaves beginning their annual transformation from green to gold. "Good morning, Miss Marple," called Mrs. Henderson from her garden gate, where she was cutting the last roses of the season, with the careful attention of someone who understood that beauty must be preserved while it could be. "Have you heard the most peculiar news about poor Mrs. Weatherby?" Miss Marple paused in her progress, her basket containing several letters for posting, and a small jar of her famous rose-petal jam, intended as a gift for the postmistress. "I had heard that she received some form of correspondence that disturbed her," she replied, with the careful neutrality that she had learned served her well in gathering information. I do hope she has not received distressing news about her nephew in London." Mrs. Henderson's eyes brightened with the particular gleam that indicated the possession of information not yet widely circulated. "Oh, it's nothing to do with family, Miss Marple. At least not in the ordinary sense. According to Mrs. Patterson, and you know how reliable she is about such matters, the letter came from no known sender and contained the most extraordinary predictions about—" She lowered her voice to a whisper that somehow carried further than her normal speaking tone. "About Mrs. Weatherby's future, or rather, the lack thereof." The morning light seemed to flicker slightly, though whether from a passing cloud or from the subtle chill that such news brought to the conversation was difficult to determine. Miss Marple absorbed this information with the same serene expression she might have worn while discussing the weather or the price of butter, though her mind was already beginning to arrange the details into patterns and possibilities. "How very unusual," she observed, adjusting her gloves with movements that appeared entirely casual. "One wonders how such a letter might have found its way to Mrs. Weatherby without the usual postal markings." This was precisely the question that Mrs. Henderson had been hoping someone would ask, as it allowed her to display the full extent of her knowledge on the subject. "That's exactly what makes it so mysterious, Miss Marple. Mr. Pemberton swears that he delivered no such letter, and yet there it was, slipped under her door sometime during the night. Sarah found it when she came downstairs to light the kitchen fire, lying there on the hall mat as if it had materialized from thin air. The post office, when Miss Marple finally reached it, hummed with the subdued energy of a community grappling with the extraordinary. Mrs. Fielding, the postmistress, was a woman of middle years whose efficiency was matched only by her discretion, qualities that made her invaluable in a position that required handling the private correspondence of an entire village. Yet even her professional composure seemed slightly ruffled as she sorted the morning's deliveries. "Miss Marple," she said with evident relief as the familiar figure entered the small wood-panelled office, "I was hoping you might come by this morning." We seemed to have developed something of a situation. The post office had served Chipping Cleghorn for more than 60 years, its oak counters worn smooth by countless transactions, and its pigeonholes stuffed with letters, packages, and the occasional telegram that marked the great events of village life. The walls bore official notices about postal rates and regulations, alongside more personal touches, a watercolour of the village green painted by the vicar's wife, and a small shelf of books that Mrs. Fielding lent to residents who found themselves between visits to the travelling library. "I understand that Mrs. Weatherby has received some form of anonymous correspondence," Miss Marple said, settling her basket on the counter with the careful movements of someone who understood that haste was rarely helpful in delicate situations. "Mr. Pemberton mentioned it in passing yesterday evening." Mrs. Fielding glanced around the empty office, then leaned forward slightly as if the very walls might be listening. "It's not just Mrs. Weatherby, Miss Marple. This morning, when I arrived to open the office, I found 3 more similar letters that had been slipped under the door during the night. 3 more, with no postmarks, no return addresses, and written in the same hand." The implications of this revelation settled over the small office like dust motes in afternoon sunlight, present but not immediately visible, yet somehow changing the quality of the air itself. If one mysterious letter might be dismissed as an isolated incident, possibly the work of someone with a grudge against Mrs. Weatherby specifically, then 4 letters suggested something far more systematic and concerning. "And the recipients of these additional letters?" Miss Marple inquired, though her tone remained as mild as if she were asking about the availability of penny stamps. Mrs. Fielding consulted a small notebook where she had carefully recorded the details, her handwriting as precise as her professional duties required. "Mr. Blackwood at the Manor House, as we suspected from yesterday's events. Mrs. Crawford, the doctor's widow, and—" She paused, clearly struggling with the final name on her list. Reverend Ashford himself. The inclusion of the village vicar seemed to elevate the mysterious correspondence from the realm of simple mischief into something more troubling. Reverend Ashford was a man whose gentle nature and scholarly disposition had made him beloved throughout the community. The idea that someone would target him with predictions of mortality seemed not merely cruel, but somehow sacrilegious. The Morning Post had brought its usual collection of ordinary correspondence, bills and family letters, agricultural journals and the weekly newspaper from the county seat. These familiar items seemed to emphasise by contrast the alien nature of the anonymous letters, which lay separate from the normal mail like unwelcome guests at a family gathering. "Has anyone examined these letters closely?" Miss Marple asked, though she was careful to phrase the question as idle curiosity rather than specific intent. The paper, the ink, the particular style of handwriting, such details might prove illuminating. Mrs. Fielding nodded eagerly, clearly grateful for someone who approached the situation with systematic thinking rather than panic or superstition. "I took the liberty of examining them before sealing them for delivery, Miss Marple. The paper is expensive, far more so than anything available locally. The ink appears to be the traditional type used with fountain pens, and the handwriting—" She paused, searching for the right words. "The handwriting is quite distinctive. Copperplate style, very formal, but with certain flourishes that suggest someone educated perhaps 30 or 40 years ago." This observation aligned with Miss Marple's own growing sense that the letters represented more than random malice. Someone with the education to write in formal copperplate, the resources to purchase expensive paper, and the knowledge of the village necessary to select specific targets, was operating with deliberate intent rather than mere mischief. The social structure of Chipping Cleghorn in 1934 was built around a complex web of relationships and dependencies that had evolved over generations. Mr. Blackwood, as the local squire, represented the traditional landed gentry, though his family's fortune had been significantly reduced by the economic upheavals following the Great War. Mrs. Crawford, the doctor's widow, occupied a position of quiet respectability, sustained by a modest pension and the goodwill of neighbours who remembered her late husband's dedicated service. Reverend Ashford embodied the spiritual heart of the community, while Mrs. Weatherby represented the comfortable middle class of tradespeople and small property owners who formed the backbone of village society. What connected these particular individuals was not immediately obvious, though Miss Marple suspected that the answer lay not in their similarities but in their vulnerabilities. Each occupied a position where reputation and social standing were important, where the suggestion of impending doom might carry consequences beyond mere personal distress. "I wonder," she mused aloud, "whether the timing of these letters might be significant. Have any of the recipients been experiencing particular difficulties lately? Financial concerns, perhaps, or matters of health?" Mrs. Fielding's expression grew thoughtful, and she glanced once more around the empty office before responding. "Well, there have been whispers about Mr. Blackwood's circumstances. The manor house requires constant maintenance, and with agricultural income being what it is these days. And Mrs. Crawford has been more frequent in her visits to Dr. Manning recently, though of course such matters are confidential." The morning light had grown stronger, streaming through the post office windows and illuminating the small dust particles that danced in the air like tiny spirits. Outside, the village continued its daily routine. Children walking to school with their leather satchels, women heading to the shops with their wicker baskets, men making their way to the fields or workshops where they earned their daily bread. Yet underneath this familiar rhythm, Miss Marple sensed the subtle vibrations of unease spreading through the community like ripples from a stone dropped in still water. "Perhaps," she suggested gently, "it might be wise to pay attention to any patterns in the delivery of these letters, the timing, the locations where they appear, any observations about unusual activity during the nighttime hours when they seem to be distributed." Mrs. Fielding nodded with the enthusiasm of someone who finally had a practical course of action to pursue. "I've already spoken to Mr. Pemberton about being particularly observant during his evening rounds, and I thought perhaps the constable should be informed, though I'm not certain what crime has actually been committed. This was indeed the central question that would puzzle P.C. Williams when he was eventually called upon to investigate. The letters, while disturbing, contained no explicit threats or demands. They spoke in metaphorical language about the natural cycle of life and death, using imagery that might be found in any number of poetic or philosophical works. Yet their timing and anonymous delivery transformed them from innocent observations into something far more sinister. As Miss Marple prepared to leave the post office, having completed her own postal business and gathered a wealth of information about the mysterious letters, she reflected on the curious human tendency to fear the unknown, while often ignoring genuine dangers that lurked in plain sight. The phantom letters, as she had already begun to think of them, had achieved their primary purpose even before any of their veiled predictions had time to prove true or false. They had introduced fear and uncertainty into a community that had prided itself on stability and mutual trust. The walk back to her cottage took her past Mrs. Weatherby's home, where she noticed the curtains drawn tighter than usual, and Sarah answering the door with the cautious expression of someone expecting unwelcome visitors. The sight confirmed Miss Marple's growing conviction that the letters were achieving exactly what their anonymous author had intended: the disruption of normal life and the creation of an atmosphere where fear could flourish. By the time she reached her own garden gate, where the late roses were beginning to show the first hints of autumn's touch, Miss Marple had begun to form the outline of a theory about the phantom letters of Chipping Cleghorn. Like all her best theories, it was built not on dramatic assumptions about supernatural intervention or criminal conspiracy, but on the careful observation of human nature and the recognition that even the most extraordinary events usually had quite ordinary explanations. The village library of Chipping Cleghorn occupied a converted Tudor cottage that had once housed the local magistrate, its oak beams and diamond-paned windows creating an atmosphere of scholarly tranquillity that seemed removed from the ordinary concerns of daily life. Afternoon sunlight slanted through the ancient glass, casting patterns of amber and gold across the reading tables, where generations of villagers had sought knowledge, entertainment, and occasionally refuge from the complexities of human society. The air carried the particular scent of old books and beeswax polish, mingled with the faint fragrance of lavender sachets that Miss Pemberton, the librarian, tucked between the volumes to discourage moths and other literary predators. Miss Marple settled into her customary chair near the window that overlooked the village green, where the ancient oak tree was beginning to show the first hints of autumn's transformation. Her ostensible purpose was to return a biography of Florence Nightingale and to select something new for her evening reading, but her true intent involved the careful observation of patterns, both in the books she examined and in the behaviour of her fellow villagers, who had begun to frequent the library with unusual regularity since news of the phantom letters had spread through the community. The library's collection reflected the tastes and interests of a rural English village in the 1930s, with well-worn volumes of Dickens and Trollope sharing shelf space with practical manuals on agriculture, household management, and the cultivation of prize-winning vegetables. There was a small but respectable collection of poetry, from Shakespeare's sonnets to more contemporary works by Rupert Brooke and Siegfried Sassoon, their pages marked by the careful annotations of readers who had found solace or inspiration in verse during difficult times. Miss Pemberton approached with the quiet efficiency that characterised all her movements, her grey hair pinned into a neat bun that had remained unchanged for the past 20 years, her dove-coloured dress speaking of practical sensibilities and modest means. She had served as the village librarian since before the Great War, and her knowledge of both books and borrowers was encyclopedic in its scope and discretion. "Good afternoon, Miss Marple," she said, adjusting her wire-rimmed spectacles as she noted the returned volume. "I trust you found Miss Nightingale's adventures informative? Such a remarkable woman, though I sometimes wonder if her methods might have been considered rather forceful by contemporary standards." "Indeed," Miss Marple replied, her fingers tracing the book's worn spine with gentle appreciation. Though one might argue that extraordinary circumstances sometimes require extraordinary measures. Speaking of which, I understand that the village has been experiencing some rather unusual correspondence recently. Miss Pemberton's expression grew thoughtful, and she glanced around the reading room to ensure their conversation would not disturb the few other patrons who had sought refuge among the books. Mrs. Crawford sat at a corner table, apparently absorbed in a volume of botanical illustrations, though her attention seemed to wander frequently to the windows that faced the main village street. Mr. Thornton, the retired schoolmaster, had positioned himself near the biography section, but appeared more interested in observing his fellow readers than in selecting new material. The entire village is quite unsettled, Miss Pemberton confided, lowering her voice to the whisper that library etiquette required. I've had more visitors in the past 2 days than I typically see in a fortnight. Everyone seems to be seeking reassurance, perhaps, though I'm not certain what comfort they expect to find among our humble collection. The observation was astute, Miss Marple reflected, as she watched Mrs. Crawford turn a page without having appeared to read it. In times of uncertainty, people often sought refuge in familiar places and activities, as if the simple act of following established routines might somehow ward off whatever forces threatened to disrupt their carefully ordered world. The library, with its atmosphere of quiet scholarship and accumulated wisdom, provided a sense of continuity that was particularly comforting when confronted with the unknown. "Have you had occasion to examine any of these mysterious letters yourself?" Miss Marple inquired, her tone carrying no more urgency than if she were asking about the availability of the latest issue of the Lady magazine. Miss Pemberton's eyes brightened slightly, suggesting that she had indeed given considerable thought to the matter. "I had the opportunity to observe the one Mrs. Crawford received when she brought it here yesterday, hoping I might recognise the handwriting or provide some insight into its origins. The penmanship was quite remarkable. Old-fashioned copperplate of the highest quality, executed with the precision one might expect from someone trained in the classical tradition. This confirmation of earlier observations added another piece to the puzzle that was beginning to form in Miss Marple's mind. The phantom letters were not the product of casual malice or spontaneous mischief, but represented something far more calculated and deliberate. Someone with specific education, particular resources, and detailed knowledge of the village was orchestrating events with what appeared to be considerable care and forethought. The afternoon light had shifted as they spoke, painting new patterns across the library's worn Persian rugs and highlighting the dust motes that danced between the shelves like tiny spirits of knowledge seeking readers to enlighten. From somewhere in the building came the gentle tick of the grandfather clock that had regulated library hours since the 19th century, its steady rhythm providing a counterpoint to the whispered conversations and rustling pages that constituted the library's daily symphony. "Did Mrs. Crawford share the content of her letter?" Miss Marple asked, settling more comfortably into her chair as if preparing for an extended discussion of literary matters. Miss Pemberton glanced once more toward the corner where Mrs. Crawford sat, then leaned closer to ensure their conversation remained private. She was quite distressed, poor thing. The letter spoke of autumn winds carrying away more than leaves, and suggested that she should prepare her affairs for the journey that awaits all who have completed their earthly duties. Very poetic language, but delivered in such a context as to be deeply unsettling. The language itself provided additional clues, Miss Marple noted silently. The phantom correspondent was not merely educated, but possessed of a literary sensibility that favoured metaphor and allusion over direct statement. This suggested someone familiar with poetry and classical writing, possibly someone who had received a traditional education during the Victorian era when such rhetorical flourishes were considered marks of refinement and proper breeding. The door chimes announced a new arrival, and both women looked up to see Reverend Ashford entering with the slightly hesitant manner of someone uncertain about their welcome. The vicar was a gentleman in his late 50s, whose scholarly disposition and kind nature had made him beloved throughout the community, despite his tendency towards sermons that were more philosophical than inspirational. His presence in the library was not unusual. He was known to be working on a history of the parish that would document the lives and contributions of generations of Chipping Cleghorn residents. "Good afternoon, ladies," he said, removing his hat with the automatic courtesy that his upbringing had ingrained. "I hope I'm not intruding upon a private conversation." "Not at all, Reverend," Miss Marple replied warmly. "Miss Pemberton and I were simply discussing the remarkable quality of penmanship that seems to be a lost art in our modern age. I understand you've had occasion to observe some examples recently." The vicar's expression grew troubled, and he settled into a nearby chair with the careful movements of someone who had spent considerable time in recent contemplation of mortality. "Indeed, Miss Marple. The letter I received was written in a hand that would have been the pride of any Victorian writing master, yet the content—" He paused, struggling to find words that might adequately convey his distress without compromising his clerical dignity. "Perhaps," Miss Pemberton suggested gently, "you might find it helpful to discuss the matter with someone who could offer practical advice rather than spiritual comfort. Miss Marple has a remarkable talent for understanding these sorts of complications." The afternoon was growing longer, and the quality of light in the library had acquired the golden richness that marked the approach of evening. Other patrons had begun to gather their belongings and prepare for departure. Their daily pilgrimage to the repository of knowledge concluded until tomorrow would bring them back in search of new books or familiar comfort. Reverend Ashford considered the suggestion with the careful deliberation that characterised all his decisions. The letter spoke of harvest time approaching, Miss Marple, and suggested that I should consider whether my own spiritual harvest was sufficient to satisfy the ultimate judge. Written in beautiful script, but the implications— He shook his head slowly. "I confess that I have found sleep rather elusive since its arrival." The psychological impact of the letters was becoming clearer with each account Miss Marple heard. The phantom correspondent understood not merely how to craft elegant prose, but how to select images and phrases that would resonate with each recipient's particular anxieties and concerns. Mrs. Weatherby's nervous disposition made her vulnerable to suggestions about mortality. Mrs. Crawford's widowed state and advancing age provided fertile ground for fears about being alone and unprepared. Reverend Ashford's spiritual responsibilities created sensitivity to questions about his own worthiness and preparation for eternal judgment. "Have you noticed any pattern in the timing of these letters' arrival?" Miss Marple asked. Her question addressed to both her companions, but delivered with the casual air of someone making polite conversation about the weather. Miss Pemberton consulted a small notebook that she withdrew from her dress pocket, its pages filled with the precise handwriting that catalogued not only library business, but also the various observations that her position allowed her to make about village life. According to my records, Mrs. Weatherby's letter appeared on Monday morning, Mr. Blackwood's on Tuesday, Mrs. Crawford's on Wednesday, and Reverend Ashford's yesterday, Thursday. The progression suggests deliberate spacing rather than random distribution. This systematic approach reinforced Miss Marple's growing conviction that the phantom letters represented something far more sophisticated than simple mischief or malice. Someone was orchestrating a campaign of psychological pressure with the precision of a military operation, targeting specific individuals according to a predetermined schedule and methodology. The library's grandfather clock chimed 4 times, its bronze voice echoing through the reading room and reminding all present that the afternoon was advancing toward evening. Mrs. Crawford gathered her belongings with the careful movements of someone conscious of being observed, her face bearing the strain of someone who had not slept well recently. Mr. Thornton closed his book with unusual abruptness and departed without his customary exchange of pleasantries with Miss Pemberton. "I think," Miss Marple said thoughtfully, "that it might be instructive to examine the locations where these letters have been discovered. The phantom correspondent must have some means of access to private properties without being observed, which suggests either considerable local knowledge or inside assistance." Reverend Ashford completed the thought with obvious reluctance. The possibility had occurred to me as well. though I confess I find it difficult to believe that anyone in our community would participate in such cruelty. The idea that the phantom letters might involve local collaboration was indeed disturbing, as it challenged fundamental assumptions about trust and community bonds that form the foundation of village life. Yet Miss Marple had observed enough of human nature to know that financial desperation, personal grievances, or simply the peculiar psychology of individuals under stress could drive people to actions that seemed incomprehensible to their neighbours. As the three settled into a more detailed discussion of the letters' delivery patterns and potential sources, the library around them seemed to grow quieter, as if the books themselves were listening to their conversation with interest. The late afternoon light cast longer shadows between the shelves, creating pools of darkness where imagination might conjure all manner of possibilities, while the familiar scents of old paper and leather bindings provided a comforting counterpoint to the unsettling nature of their discussion. Miss Pemberton had begun to consult additional notes in her careful record-keeping system, cross-referencing the timing of the letters with other village events and observations. I noticed that each letter appeared during the early morning hours, after midnight but before dawn. Coercion, though the exact nature of such pressure remained to be determined. Miss Marple rose from her chair and moved to the window that faced toward the village centre, where gas lamps had begun to flicker to life along the main street. The sight was comforting in its familiarity. The same lamps had illuminated the same streets for more than 40 years, creating pools of warm light that pushed back the gathering darkness and provided reassurance that some things, at least, remained constant in an increasingly uncertain world. Yet tonight, the circles of lamplight seemed smaller somehow, as if the darkness between them had grown more substantial and threatening. A soft knock at the front door interrupted her contemplations, and she moved through the small hallway with the careful steps of someone who understood that unexpected evening visitors often brought news that was either very good or very bad, with little middle ground between the extremes. The caller proved to be Sarah, Mrs. Weatherby's young maid, whose usually rosy complexion appeared pale in the lamplight, and whose hands twisted nervously at the edges of her woolen shawl. "Miss Marple," the girl said, her voice carrying the strain of someone who had been holding worry inside until it could no longer be contained. "I hope you'll forgive the intrusion, but I didn't know who else to turn to. It's about Mrs. Weatherby and the letters." Miss Marple ushered the young woman into the sitting room, where the warmth of the fire and the comfortable atmosphere of books and knitting seemed to ease some of the tension from Sarah's shoulders. The maid accepted a cup of tea with grateful hands, though she appeared too agitated to actually drink it, using the porcelain warmth more for comfort than refreshment. "Mrs. Weatherby received another letter this afternoon," Sarah began, her words tumbling over each other in her haste to share the burden that had been weighing upon her. "This one was different from the first, Miss Marple. It made specific demands. The revelation that the phantom letters had evolved from cryptic predictions to actual demands represented a significant development in what Miss Marple had begun to think of as an increasingly sophisticated campaign of psychological manipulation." She settled into her chair with the calm demeanour that encouraged confidences, while her mind began to reorganise the available information according to this new understanding. "What manner of demands, my dear?" she asked gently, her tone carrying no more urgency than if she were inquiring about the weather or the state of Mrs. Weatherby's garden. Sarah glanced around the room as if ensuring that their conversation could not be overheard, then leaned forward slightly. "Money, Miss Marple. The letter said that Mrs. Weatherby's spiritual preparation for the journey ahead would require a generous contribution to a charitable cause that would be specified in future correspondence. It suggested that failure to demonstrate proper Christian generosity might result in the predictions contained in the first letter proving accurate sooner than anticipated. The transformation of mysterious prophecy into explicit extortion clarified much about the phantom letter's true purpose, though it also raised troubling questions about the identity and motivations of their author. someone with detailed knowledge of the recipient's financial circumstances was systematically exploiting their fears of mortality to extract monetary payments, using the veneer of spiritual concern and charitable giving to disguise what was essentially sophisticated blackmail. And Mrs. Weatherby's response to this request, Miss Marple inquired, though the distress evident in Sarah's manner suggested that the response had not been one of indignant refusal. "She's terrified, Miss Marple. Absolutely terrified. She keeps reading the letter over and over, and she's begun making inquiries about liquidating some of her investments. She asked me to bring her the strong box where she keeps her important papers, and she's been going through everything with the desperate air of someone trying to determine what she can afford to sacrifice." The psychological manipulation was proving remarkably effective, Miss Marple noted with professional admiration for the perpetrator's understanding of human nature, even as she felt genuine sympathy for the victim's distress. The anonymous correspondent had correctly calculated that people already anxious about their mortality would be vulnerable to suggestions that their spiritual welfare might be enhanced through financial sacrifice, particularly when such suggestions came wrapped in the language of religious duty and charitable obligation. The fire crackled softly in the grate, sending dancing shadows across the room's familiar objects and creating an atmosphere of warmth and security that contrasted sharply with the tale of fear and manipulation that Sarah was relating. Outside, the village continued its evening routine, unaware that one of its most vulnerable residents was being systematically victimized by someone who understood exactly how to exploit her deepest anxieties. "Has Mrs. Weatherby spoken to anyone else about these demands?" Miss Marple asked, suspecting that shame and embarrassment would have prevented such conversations, but hoping that practical considerations might have overcome emotional reservations. Sarah shook her head emphatically. "She made me promise not to tell anyone, Miss Marple. She's convinced that if word gets out about the letters, people will think she's losing her mental faculties. She keeps saying that no one would believe such an incredible story, and that even if they did, they would assume she had somehow brought this trouble upon herself." This assessment of village psychology was unfortunately accurate, Miss Marple reflected. Communities that prided themselves on stability and mutual support often responded to extraordinary claims with skepticism that bordered on suspicion, particularly when such claims came from individuals already perceived as nervous or unstable. Mrs. Weatherby's well-known anxiety about health matters and financial security would make her a less credible witness to sophisticated criminal activity, a vulnerability that the phantom correspondent had undoubtedly considered when selecting targets. The evening had grown darker outside the cottage windows, and the comforting sounds of village life had gradually diminished as families settled into their homes for the night. Yet the atmosphere in Miss Marple's sitting room remained one of thoughtful discussion rather than urgent crisis, as if the very act of sharing the burden had begun to reduce its overwhelming power over Sarah's imagination. "I think," Miss Marple said carefully, "that Mrs. Weatherby's instinct for secrecy, while understandable, may be precisely what the letter writer is counting upon. Someone who wishes to extract money through psychological pressure would naturally prefer victims who feel too ashamed or frightened to seek help from friends or authorities." Sarah nodded eagerly, as if this explanation provided the first rational framework she had encountered for understanding the bewildering situation. "That's exactly what I thought, Miss Marple, though I couldn't find the words to express it. There's something so calculated about the whole business, as if someone has studied Mrs. Weatherby's character and chosen exactly the right approach to make her comply." The observation demonstrated considerable insight for someone of Sarah's age and background, and it reinforced Miss Marple's growing conviction that the phantom letters represented something far more sophisticated than simple malice or random mischief. Someone with detailed knowledge of the village's social dynamics and individual psychology was orchestrating a campaign that combined elements of supernatural fear, religious manipulation, and financial extortion into a remarkably effective tool for exploiting vulnerable residents. As the conversation continued, with Sarah providing additional details about Mrs. Weatherby's deteriorating mental state and growing desperation to comply with the anonymous demands. Miss Marple began to formulate a more complete picture of the scheme's scope and methodology. The phantom letters were not isolated incidents, but components of a large operation that would likely expand to include additional victims once the initial targets had been successfully exploited. The key to unravelling the mystery lay not in the supernatural trappings that surrounded the letters, but in the very human motivations that drove their creation. Someone in or closely connected to Chipping Cleghorn was using their intimate knowledge of the community to prey upon its most vulnerable members, and that someone would eventually make the kind of mistake that all criminals made when they began to believe their own cleverness made them invulnerable to detection. As Sarah prepared to return to Mrs. Weatherby's cottage, carrying with her Miss Marple's reassurance that the situation would be carefully investigated and resolved, the elderly detective settled back into her chair with the satisfied air of someone who had finally begun to see the true shape of the puzzle that had been presented to her. The phantom letters of Chipping Cleghorn were indeed the work of a phantom, but a phantom made of flesh and blood, greed and desperation, rather than supernatural malice or otherworldly intervention. The village clock tower chimed 11 times, its bronze voice carrying across the sleeping cottages of Chipping Cleghorn with the stately precision that had marked the hours for more than a century. Miss Marple sat in the window seat of her upstairs bedroom, wrapped in a soft woolen shawl that had been her mother's, watching the gentle patterns of moonlight and shadow that played across the village green. The ancient oak tree stood sentinel in the silvery light, its branches creating an intricate lacework against the star-scattered sky, while the cobblestone paths gleamed like ribbons of polished pewter, leading to darkened doorways and shuttered windows. She had positioned herself here with the methodical preparation of a naturalist, preparing to observe the nocturnal habits of some elusive creature, though in this case, the creature she sought was entirely human and considerably more dangerous than any woodland animal. A thermos of tea sat within easy reach, along with a small notebook and pencil for recording observations, and a pair of opera glasses that had belonged to her late father, and which provided excellent magnification for distant details that might prove significant. The night air carried the familiar sense of autumn in the countryside, the earthy smell of fallen leaves, the lingering sweetness of late-blooming roses, and the faint smokiness from cottage chimneys, where banked fires provided gentle warmth against the season's growing chill. Somewhere in the distance, an owl called to its mate with the haunting voice that had inspired countless poets to write of mystery and romance, while closer at hand, a cat padded silently along the garden wall with the fluid grace of a creature perfectly adapted to the darkness. Miss Marple had spent considerable time during the afternoon preparing for this vigil, studying the layout of the village streets and the positioning of the gas lamps that provided pools of amber light at regular intervals along the main thoroughfares. She had noted which cottages showed lights in their windows during the late evening hours, which gardens offered convenient concealment for someone who wished to move unseen, and which routes would provide the most efficient access to the homes of the phantom letter recipients. The pattern of delivery that had emerged over the past week suggested a systematic approach that took advantage of the deep sleep hours between midnight and dawn, when even the most vigilant residents would be unlikely to observe unusual activity. The phantom correspondent clearly possessed detailed knowledge of individual household routines, knowing precisely when servants retired, when masters and mistresses could be expected to be soundly asleep, and when the risk of accidental discovery would be at its minimum. As the clock tower chimed midnight, Miss Marple felt the peculiar heightening of attention that comes when routine observation transforms into active investigation. The village had settled into its deepest quiet, with only the occasional distant sound of a night bird or the gentle rustling of leaves in the barely perceptible breeze that stirred the autumn air. The gas lamps continued their faithful vigil, creating islands of warm light connected by paths of silver shadow, where moonbeams touched the ancient cobblestones. She did not have long to wait. At approximately 20 minutes past midnight, a figure emerged from the shadows near the post office, moving with the careful deliberation of someone who wished to remain unobserved, but who was clearly familiar with the terrain. The person, for at this distance and in the uncertain light, gender remained indeterminate, carried what appeared to be a small satchel, and moved from one pool of lamplight to the next with the systematic precision of someone following a predetermined route. Miss Marple adjusted her opera glasses and focused on the distant figure, noting details that might prove significant when later examined in the harsh clarity of daylight analysis. The person was of medium height and build, dressed in dark clothing that blended effectively with the shadows between the lamps. Their gait suggested someone past the first youth but not yet elderly, and their familiarity with the village layout was evident in the confident way they navigated the narrow passages and irregular corners that could prove treacherous to strangers in darkness. The figure's first destination appeared to be Mrs. Crawford's cottage, a small stone building that sat slightly apart from its neighbours and which was surrounded by a garden that provided excellent concealment for anyone who wished to approach the front door without being observed from neighbouring windows. Miss Marple watched as the mysterious visitor paused at the garden gate, glanced around with obvious caution, then moved quickly up the path to slip something beneath the cottage door before retreating into the shadows as silently as they had approached. The efficiency of the operation was remarkable, requiring no more than 2 or 3 minutes from approach to departure, and conducted with the smooth professionalism of someone who had performed similar tasks many times before. This was clearly not the work of an amateur driven by sudden impulse, but rather the calculated activity of someone who had developed their technique through practice and refinement. The figure's next destination was Reverend Ashford's modest rectory, where the process was repeated with identical precision. The phantom correspondent demonstrated intimate knowledge of the property's layout, avoiding the path that would have taken them past the housekeeper's window, and instead approaching through the herb garden, where aromatic plants provided both concealment and a surface that would muffle the sound of footsteps on gravel. Miss Marple found herself developing a grudging admiration for the technical skill displayed by the mysterious letter deliverer, even as she deplored the cruel purpose to which such abilities were being applied. The coordination of timing, route planning, and risk assessment required considerable intelligence and organisational capability, suggesting that the phantom letters were the product of a mind that was both sophisticated and thoroughly familiar with the operational challenges of clandestine activity. The moonlight had shifted as the night progressed, altering the patterns of shadow and illumination across the village landscape and creating new possibilities for concealment and observation. Miss Marple noted how the phantom correspondent adapted to these changing conditions, modifying their route to take advantage of the evolving pattern of darkness and light. Such adaptability spoke of someone who had studied the village's nighttime topography with the thoroughness of a military strategist planning a campaign. As the figure moved toward what appeared to be their final destination, Mr. Blackwood's manor house, which sat at the edge of the village proper, and which was approached by a tree-lined drive that provided excellent concealment, Miss Marple made a decision that would have seemed reckless to anyone who did not understand her complete confidence in her own observational abilities and her deep knowledge of human psychology. She rose from her window seat, gathered her shawl more securely around her shoulders, and made her way quietly downstairs to the small side door that opened from her cottage directly into the garden. The night air was cool but not uncomfortable, and her soft-soled slippers made no sound on the flagstone path that led to the garden gate and the village street beyond. Moving with the careful deliberation that had served her well in numerous previous investigations, Miss Marple followed the phantom correspondent's route at a distance that allowed observation without detection. The moonlight was sufficient to illuminate the major features of the landscape, while leaving enough shadow to provide concealment for someone who understood how to use darkness as an ally rather than an obstacle. The manor house grounds were extensive, surrounded by a stone wall that had been built in the previous century, and which was now softened by decades of ivy growth and the encroachment of volunteer shrubs and wildflowers. Miss Marple positioned herself behind a particularly substantial oak tree that stood just outside the main gate, where she could observe the house's front entrance while remaining invisible to anyone who might glance in her direction. The phantom correspondent had clearly saved the manor house for last, perhaps because its isolation from neighbouring properties reduce the risk of accidental observation, or possibly because Mr. Blackwood's status as the local squire required additional caution in any operations that might compromise his dignity or social position. Whatever the reasoning, the figure approached the imposing front door with the same systematic precision that had characterized all their previous deliveries. It was at this moment, as the mysterious visitor bent to slip another letter beneath the heavy oak door, that the moonlight shifted in such a way as to illuminate their features with startling clarity. Miss Marple adjusted her opera glasses and found herself looking at a face that was both familiar and completely unexpected, one that belonged to someone she had known for years, but who had never appeared on her list of potential suspects. The revelation was so surprising that she nearly gasped aloud, catching herself just in time to maintain the silence that was essential to her continued concealment. The phantom correspondent was none other than Miss Pemberton, the village librarian, whose quiet efficiency and scholarly demeanour had made her seem above suspicion, even as her position provided perfect access to information about residents' personal circumstances, financial situations, and psychological vulnerabilities. Miss Pemberton, for there could be no doubt about the identification, despite the incongruity of seeing the dignified librarian engaged in such clandestine activity, completed her task with the same methodical precision she brought to cataloguing books and assisting library patrons. She glanced round once more to ensure that her activities had not been observed, then began the return journey to whatever base of operations she'd established for this nocturnal enterprise. Miss Marple remained concealed behind her oak tree until the figure had disappeared into the shadows near the village centre, then began her own careful return to Rose Cottage, her mind already working to integrate this startling revelation into her understanding of the phantom letter's true purpose and methodology. The identification of the perpetrator was satisfying in its own right, but it also raised numerous questions about motivation, methodology, and the ultimate scope of what was clearly a far more sophisticated operation than she had initially suspected. The walk back to her cottage provided time for reflection on the curious psychology that could drive someone of Miss Pemberton's education and social position to engage in what amounted to sophisticated extortion disguised as supernatural prophecy. The librarian's intimate knowledge of village residents came not only from her professional duties, but also from decades of quiet observation and the careful cultivation of a reputation for discretion that encouraged people to confide in her about their most personal concerns. As a repository of community secrets, Miss Pemberton was uniquely positioned to understand which residents were most vulnerable to financial pressure, which personality types would be most susceptible to fears about mortality, and which individuals could be counted upon to keep silent about embarrassing victimization rather than risk public humiliation. Her scholarly background provided the literary skills necessary to craft letters that combined poetic language with psychological manipulation, while her knowledge of village routines made the nocturnal delivery system both practical and relatively safe. By the time Miss Marple reached her own front door, she had begun to formulate a theory about Miss Pemberton's motivations that went beyond simple greed to encompass the complex pressures and resentments that could accumulate over years of quiet service in a position that was respected but poorly compensated. The village librarian, despite her essential role in the community's intellectual life, lived on a salary that had remained essentially static for decades, while the cost of maintaining even modest respectability had continued to increase. The gentle irony of the situation was not lost on Miss Marple as she settled back into her bedroom window seat to complete her night's observations. The person who had been helping residents research the mysterious letter's origins and providing theories about their possible authorship had been their actual creator all along, using her position of trust and her reputation for helpful expertise to gather additional information about her victims' responses and to refine her understanding of how the psychological pressure was affecting her targets. As the village clock chimed 2 in the morning, Miss Marple reflected on the curious human capacity for self-deception that allowed people to justify the most questionable actions by wrapping them in elaborate rationalizations about necessity, justice, or even altruism. Miss Pemberton had likely convinced herself that her victims deserved their fate, that their comfortable circumstances obligated them to share their wealth with someone whose contributions to community life went unrecognised and unrewarded. The moonlight continued to paint its silver patterns across the sleeping village as Miss Marple began to plan her approach to the delicate task of confronting Miss Pemberton without destroying the fabric of community trust that held Chipping Cleghorn together. The phantom letters had been solved, but the more complex challenge of healing the psychological wounds they had created and restoring the village's sense of security would require all the wisdom and compassion that she could bring to bear on a situation that was as much about human psychology as it was about criminal behaviour. Morning light filtered through the diamond-paned windows of the village library with the gentle warmth of September sunshine, casting familiar patterns across the oak reading tables, where generations of Chipping Cleghorn residents had sought knowledge, solace, and the quiet companionship of books. The air carried its customary blend of old paper, leather bindings, and the lavender sachets that Miss Pemberton tucked between volumes to preserve them from the depredations of time and insects. Yet today, despite the peaceful atmosphere that normally characterised this sanctuary of learning, there was an almost imperceptible tension in the very air, as if the books themselves sensed that something significant was about to unfold among their silent ranks. Miss Marple arrived at precisely 10 o'clock, carrying a small wicker basket that contained several volumes to be returned and a jar of her famous rose-petal jam wrapped in brown paper and tied with string. Her manner was as serene as always, betraying nothing of the extraordinary discoveries of the previous night or the delicate confrontation that lay ahead. She understood that approach and timing were crucial in situations that required the careful dismantling of elaborate deceptions without causing unnecessary humiliation or permanent damage to the social fabric that held the community together. Miss Pemberton was arranging the morning's newspapers on the reading table near the window, her movements betraying the slight stiffness that might come from unusual nocturnal activity, or perhaps simply from the natural effects of advancing years and the changing weather. She looked up as Miss Marple entered, her expression carrying the same professional pleasantness that had characterised their interactions for more than 20 years, though something in her eyes suggested the wariness of someone who had been sleeping poorly or wrestling with troubling thoughts. "Good morning, Miss Marple," she said, setting down the last newspaper with hands that trembled almost imperceptibly. "I trust you slept well. The autumn nights have been quite beautiful lately, though I confess I found myself rather restless recently. Perhaps it's the changing season, or simply the unsettling effect of all this business with the mysterious letters." Miss Marple settled her basket on the counter and began removing the volumes to be returned, her movements deliberate and peaceful. "Indeed, the nights have been lovely. I spent some time last evening sitting by my bedroom window, enjoying the moonlight and observing the quiet beauty of our village after dark. It's remarkable how different everything appears in the silver light. Familiar places take on an almost magical quality, and one sees details that daylight tends to obscure." The comment was delivered with perfect innocence, yet Miss Pemberton's reaction was immediate and telling. Her hand stilled on the newspaper she had been straightening, and a flush of colour rose in her cheeks before quickly fading, leaving her complexion paler than before. She made a visible effort to continue her morning routine, but her movements had acquired the careful deliberation of someone who was suddenly conscious of being observed. "Yes," she replied, her voice carrying a slight tremor that she attempted to disguise with a cough. "The moonlight can indeed transform the most ordinary scenes into something quite extraordinary. I imagine you have an excellent view of the village centre from your upper windows." "Quite excellent," Miss Marple agreed pleasantly, opening the jar of rose-petal jam and setting it on the counter with the gentle ceremony that marked the presentation of a gift between friends. "I hope you'll accept this small token of appreciation for all your help with my recent reading selections. The biography of Florence Nightingale was particularly illuminating. Such a remarkable woman who understood that sometimes extraordinary circumstances require one to take actions that might seem unconventional to those who haven't faced similar challenges." Miss Pemberton accepted the jam with hands that were no longer quite steady, though she managed to maintain her professional composure despite the obvious strain of the conversation. The library around them seemed to hold its breath, as if the very books were listening to an exchange that carried layers of meaning beneath its surface. Courtesy. How thoughtful of you, Miss Marple. I shall certainly enjoy it with my morning toast. She paused, then added with careful casualness, You mentioned extraordinary circumstances and unconventional actions. I suppose we all find ourselves at times in situations where ordinary solutions prove inadequate. The admission was carefully phrased but significant, representing the first crack in the facade that Miss Pemberton had maintained throughout her campaign of anonymous letters. Miss Marple recognised it as an opening that could be developed with patience and understanding, without forcing a confrontation that might result in complete denial or desperate flight. Indeed, she replied, settling into her customary chair near the window, while maintaining an air of comfortable conversation between old friends. Financial pressures, in particular, can drive even the most principled individuals to consider options they might never have contemplated under ordinary circumstances. The cost of maintaining respectability has increased so dramatically in recent years, while salaries for essential community positions have remained remarkably static. Miss Pemberton set down the jam jar with unusual care, as if it were made of the most delicate crystal rather than sturdy glass. Her expression had grown thoughtful, and when she spoke, her voice carried the weight of someone who had been carrying a heavy burden in solitude for far too long. The village library position pays exactly the same salary today that it did when I accepted it 22 years ago, she said quietly. 22 years of faithful service, of helping children learn to read, of assisting scholars with their research, of maintaining the collection and organising community events. Yet the rent on my cottage has increased threefold. The cost of food and coal and decent clothing has risen beyond all reasonable proportion, and I find myself, at my age, wondering how I shall manage to maintain even the most modest standard of living. The confession carried such genuine pain that Miss Marple felt a wave of sympathy, even as she maintained her commitment to stopping the harm that desperation had driven Miss Pemberton to inflict upon her neighbours. The librarian's situation was far from unique. Across England, dedicated public servants were struggling to maintain dignity and respectability on salaries that had not kept pace with the economic realities of the post-war world. Such circumstances must create tremendous pressure, Miss Marple observed with gentle understanding. And when one possesses intimate knowledge of community members who seem to enjoy comfortable circumstances while essential workers struggle, it must be tempting to consider alternative approaches to achieving financial equilibrium. Miss Pemberton moved to the window that overlooked the village green, where the morning light illuminated the peaceful scene of daily life continuing its familiar rhythms. Children walked to school with their leather satchels, women made their way to the shops with market baskets, and men headed off to work in fields and workshops. The sight seemed to calm her slightly, as if the normalcy of village life provided reassurance that not everything had been disrupted by recent events. "They confide in me," she said softly, her voice barely above a whisper. "Year after year they share their concerns, their fears, their most private anxieties. Mrs. Weatherby worries constantly about having enough money to last her remaining years. Mrs. Crawford struggles with loneliness and the terror of dying alone and unmourned. Reverend Ashford questions whether his life's work has been worthwhile, whether he has truly served God or merely gone through the motions of religious duty." The pain in her voice was genuine, and Miss Marple recognised that the phantom letters had emerged not from simple greed, but from a complex mixture of desperation, resentment, and perhaps even a twisted form of compassion. Miss Pemberton had convinced herself that her victims could afford to share their wealth with someone whose service to the community went unrecognised and unrewarded. And yet, Miss Marple said gently, exploiting their fears and vulnerabilities has only increased their suffering, while providing no lasting solution to the financial pressures that drove you to such desperate measures. Mrs. Weatherby has barely slept for a week, and poor Sarah is beside herself with worry about her mistress's deteriorating mental state. The reminder of the human cost of her actions seemed to pierce Miss Pemberton's elaborate justifications, and she turned from the window with tears beginning to gather in her eyes. The scholarly composure that had characterized her professional demeanor for more than 2 decades was finally beginning to crack under the weight of guilt, fear, and exhaustion. "I never intended for it to go so far," she whispered, sinking into a chair near the poetry section, where she'd spent countless peaceful hours helping residents select verses for special occasions or personal comfort. It began as a simple plan to request modest donations for genuinely charitable purposes, money for the church roof fund, or assistance for families struggling with medical expenses. I thought that if the requests came anonymously, accompanied by gentle reminders about mortality and Christian duty, people might be more generous than they would be when approached directly. Miss Marple nodded with understanding, recognizing the psychology that had allowed a fundamentally decent person to justify increasingly questionable actions. The phantom letters had begun as a misguided attempt to solve genuine community problems through anonymous charitable solicitation, but had gradually evolved into something far more manipulative and harmful, as Miss Pemberton discovered the effectiveness of psychological pressure. But the letters became more specific in their threats, Miss Marple observed quietly, and the charitable purposes became less clearly defined. The fear you generated proved so effective that you began to use it for increasingly personal benefit rather than community welfare. Miss Pemberton covered her face with her hands, her shoulders shaking with the silent sobs of someone who had finally acknowledged the full extent of their moral compromise. The library around them seemed to absorb her distress, its atmosphere of scholarly tranquility providing a strange comfort, even in the midst of confession and revelation. "I told myself that I deserved compensation for my years of dedicated service," she said through her tears. "I convinced myself that people who could afford to worry about investments and property maintenance could certainly afford to support someone who had given her life to serving the community. But with each letter I wrote, each demand I made, it became easier to justify the next escalation." The progression from misguided charity to explicit extortion was a familiar pattern in cases where financial desperation combined with detailed knowledge of potential victims' vulnerabilities. Miss Marple had observed similar developments in other situations, though rarely involving someone whose professional position required such intimate contact with community members' private concerns. As the morning progressed, and Miss Pemberton's confession continued, the full scope of her operation became clear. She had been using her position at the library to gather intelligence about residents' financial circumstances, health concerns, and psychological vulnerabilities. Her scholarly training had provided the skills necessary to craft letters that combined literary sophistication with targeted emotional manipulation, while her knowledge of village routines had made the anonymous delivery system both practical and relatively safe. The room grew warmer as the sun climbed higher, and the familiar sounds of library life began to intrude upon their private conversation. The distant tick of the grandfather clock, the gentle rustle of turning pages from patrons in the reading room, and the soft footsteps of visitors browsing among the shelves. These ordinary sounds seemed to emphasize the extraordinary nature of the revelation taking place among them. "What will happen now?" Miss Pemberton asked finally, raising her tear-stained face to meet Miss Marple's compassionate gaze. "Will you inform the constable? Will there be a trial and newspaper reports and public disgrace for someone who simply tried to find a way to survive on an inadequate salary?" Miss Marple considered the question with the careful attention she gave to all matters involving human dignity and community welfare. The legal implications of Miss Pemberton's actions were clear enough, but the social and psychological consequences of public prosecution would extend far beyond the individual perpetrator to affect the entire fabric of village life. "I think," she said slowly, "that the most important consideration is ensuring that the harm you have caused is repaired, and that the fears you have generated are properly addressed. Mrs. Weatherby and the others deserve to know that their terror was artificially created and that no supernatural forces threaten their well-being. Beyond that, the question of justice must be balanced against the needs of our community for healing and continued trust. The conversation that followed would establish the framework for a resolution that emphasized restoration over retribution, community healing over individual punishment, and the recognition that even serious moral failures could sometimes be addressed through understanding and constructive action, rather than purely punitive measures. The phantom letters of Chipping Cleghorn were about to be laid to rest, but the more complex work of rebuilding trust and addressing the underlying social problems that had made such deception possible was just beginning. Golden afternoon lights spilled across the village green of Chipping Cleghorn like honey poured from a celestial jar, painting the ancient oak tree and weathered memorial stone with warmth that seemed to penetrate not only the physical landscape, but also the very hearts of the residents who had gathered for what would later be remembered as one of the most remarkable community meetings in the village's long history. 3 weeks had passed since Miss Marple's gentle confrontation with Miss Pemberton in the library, and in that time, the phantom letters had transformed from sources of terror into catalysts for a renewal of community spirit that no one could have anticipated. The setting for this informal gathering was Mrs. Weatherby's garden, where late-blooming roses climbed trellises that her late husband had built with his own hands, and where the scent of lavender and rosemary created an atmosphere of peace that seemed to invite honest conversation and mutual understanding. Small wooden chairs had been arranged in a loose circle beneath the spreading branches of an old apple tree, whose fruit was just reaching perfect ripeness, while a table covered with Mrs. Weatherby's best lace cloth held an assortment of teacups, scones warm from the oven, and several varieties of jam that represented the combined culinary efforts of half the village. Miss Marple sat in a chair positioned to catch both the afternoon light and the gentle breeze that carried the sound of church bells from the ancient tower where they had marked the hours for more than 3 centuries. Her knitting needles moved with their customary rhythm, creating what would eventually become a warm scarf for one of the village children, while her sharp eyes observed the remarkable transformation that had taken place in the relationships and attitudes of her neighbours since the truth about the phantom letters had been revealed. Mrs. Weatherby moved among her guests with a lightness of step that had been absent for weeks, her face bearing the peaceful expression of someone who had discovered that her worst fears were groundless, and that the community she had served faithfully for decades was prepared to support her in return. The terror that had consumed her nights and haunted her days had been replaced by a sense of purpose and belonging that seemed to add years to her life rather than subtracting them. "I cannot tell you what a relief it has been," she was saying to Mrs. Crawford, who sat nearby with her own cup of tea and an expression of contentment that suggested she too had found peace in the resolution of recent events. To discover that those dreadful predictions were nothing more than the desperate actions of someone in genuine need, it has changed everything about how I view both the letters and the person who wrote them. Mrs. Crawford nodded with understanding, her fingers absently stroking the soft fur of a tabby cat that had appeared from nowhere and decided that her lap represented the most comfortable seating available in the garden. "I find that I almost feel grateful to Miss Pemberton, in a strange way. Her letters forced me to confront fears about aging and isolation that I'd been carrying for years without acknowledging them. Now that those fears have been brought into the open and examined in the clear light of day, they seem far less frightening than they did when they lurked in the shadows of my imagination. The transformation in community dynamics had been one of the most unexpected consequences of the phantom letters' revelation. Rather than creating permanent divisions or lasting resentment, the discovery that fear had been artificially manufactured by someone in desperate circumstances had generated a wave of compassion and mutual support that seemed to strengthen rather than weaken the bonds between neighbours. Reverend Ashford approached the gathering with the measured pace of someone who had found new purpose in recent events, his usually scholarly demeanour brightened by an enthusiasm that spoke of discoveries both spiritual and practical. In his hands, he carried a leather portfolio that contained the preliminary plans for what had become known as the Community Support Initiative, a comprehensive programme designed to ensure that no resident of Chipping Cleghorn would ever again face the kind of desperate circumstances that had driven Miss Pemberton to such questionable actions. The response from the parish council has been extraordinarily positive, he announced to the assembled group, settling into a chair that Mr. Blackwood had thoughtfully positioned to catch the afternoon breeze. Mr. Blackwood has agreed to donate the use of the old carriage house as a centre for community services, and we have received commitments from more than 30 families to contribute either funds or labour to establish what we are calling the Village Assistance Fund. Mr. Blackwood himself sat slightly apart from the main group, his aristocratic bearing softened by an expression of quiet satisfaction that suggested he had found genuine pleasure in contributing to the community's welfare. The financial pressures that had been weighing upon the manor house remained significant, but the opportunity to transform his family's estate into a resource for village improvement had provided a sense of purpose that mere maintenance of ancestral property could never have achieved. I confess that Miss Pemberton's situation opened my eyes to problems that I should have recognised years ago, he said, his voice carrying the slight formality that his upbringing had ingrained, but which was tempered by genuine warmth. The idea that someone could serve our community faithfully for more than 20 years, while struggling to maintain basic respectability on an inadequate salary, is both shameful and entirely avoidable. We have the resources to address such situations. We simply lack the awareness and organisation to apply those resources effectively. Miss Pemberton herself had not yet appeared at the gathering, though everyone present understood that her absence was temporary rather than permanent. The past 3 weeks had been devoted to what Miss Marple privately thought of as a process of community healing that addressed not only the immediate harm caused by the phantom letters, but also the underlying social and economic conditions that had made such desperate measures seem necessary to someone of Miss Pemberton's character and circumstances. The resolution that had emerged from countless conversations, meetings, and careful negotiations represented a triumph of restorative rather than punitive justice. Miss Pemberton had made full restitution to those who had suffered financial losses as a result of her deception, using savings that she had accumulated over years of careful budgeting and self-denial. More importantly, she had agreed to participate in the community support initiative by helping to identify other residents who might be facing similar financial pressures before desperation drove them to desperate measures. Dr. Manning approached the gathering with the brisk efficiency that characterised all his movements, carrying his medical bag and wearing the expression of professional satisfaction that came from delivering good news rather than troubling diagnoses. His presence at community events had become more frequent since the Phantom Letters crisis, as if the revelation of hidden suffering within the village had awakened him to aspects of community health that extended beyond purely physical ailments. "I have excellent news about Miss Pemberton's condition," he announced, settling his bag beside his chair and accepting a cup of tea from Mrs. Weatherby with evident appreciation. The exhaustion and nervous strain that had been affecting her health have improved dramatically since the truth was revealed and the burden of secrecy was lifted from her shoulders. She should be able to resume her duties at the library within the week, though we have agreed that her responsibilities will be modified to ensure that the pressures that contributed to her difficulties are not repeated. The modification of Miss Pemberton's position represented one of the most concrete achievements of the Community Support Initiative. Her salary had been increased to a level that would allow her to maintain dignity and comfort without financial anxiety, while her duties had been expanded to include coordination of the Village Assistance Programme, work that would utilise her intimate knowledge of community needs while providing her with the satisfaction of helping others in legitimate and constructive ways. Ms. Marple's needles continued their gentle clicking as she listened to the updates and reports that flowed around the garden like a peaceful stream carrying news of progress and healing. The afternoon light had begun to acquire the golden richness that marked the approach of evening, while the scent of wood smoke from cottage chimneys mingled with the fragrance of late-blooming flowers to create an atmosphere of autumnal contentment that seemed to embody everything that was best about English village life. the transformation that had taken place in Chipping Cleghorn during the past 3 weeks extended far beyond the resolution of a particular crisis to encompass a fundamental renewal of community consciousness and mutual responsibility. The phantom letters had served as an unexpected catalyst for conversations that should have been taking place for years, bringing hidden problems into the open where they could be addressed through collective action rather than individual desperation. P.C. Williams approached the gathering with the slightly formal bearing that his official position required, though his expression was more that of a neighbour bearing good news than a constable delivering official reports. His role in the Phantom Letters investigation had been largely ceremonial, as Miss Marple's gentle handling of the situation had made formal prosecution both unnecessary and potentially harmful to the community's long-term welfare. I wanted to inform everyone that the official records will show the Phantom Letters incident as resolved through community mediation rather than criminal prosecution, he announced, consulting a small notebook that contained his carefully written summary of events. Miss Pemberton's cooperation and the restitution she has provided, combined with the unanimous agreement of all affected parties that prosecution would serve no useful purpose, have allowed us to close the matter without formal charges being filed. This resolution represented a victory for what Miss Marple privately thought of as practical Christianity, the application of mercy and understanding to human failures while maintaining clear standards for community behaviour and mutual responsibility. The Phantom Letters had caused genuine harm, but that harm had been addressed through restoration and education rather than punishment and exile. As the afternoon progressed toward evening, other members of the community began to arrive in Mrs. Weatherby's garden, drawn by the informal but significant nature of the gathering and by the opportunity to participate in what was clearly a celebration of renewed community spirit. The Mrs. Pembroke from the general store brought news of increased cooperation among local merchants in supporting families facing temporary financial difficulties. Mrs. Patterson shared updates on the Neighbourhood Watch programme that had emerged from discussions about community security and mutual protection. The church bells chimed 5 o'clock, their bronze voices carrying across the village with the same faithful precision that had marked significant moments for generations of residents. Yet today their sound seemed to carry special significance, as a reminder that some things remained constant, even as others changed for the better. Children could be heard playing in the distance, their laughter mixing with the gentle murmur of adult conversation to create the soundtrack of a community at peace with itself. Sarah, Mrs. Weatherby's young maid, moved among the guests with quiet efficiency, refilling teacups and offering additional scones to anyone whose plate appeared empty. Her relief at seeing her mistress restored to health and peace was evident in every movement, and she had become one of the most enthusiastic supporters of the Community Assistance Programme, contributing both her own modest savings and her considerable skills in household management to help other families facing domestic challenges. Miss Marple observed with satisfaction how the crisis had revealed unexpected reserves of strength and compassion within the community, transforming what could have been a source of permanent division into an opportunity for deeper understanding and more effective mutual support. The Phantom Letters had indeed been the work of a phantom, not a supernatural entity, but the spectre of isolation, financial insecurity, and unacknowledged need that haunted too many communities, where individual pride prevented collective problem-solving. As the sun began to sink lower in the western sky, painting the garden with increasingly rich tones of gold and amber, Miss Pemberton finally appeared at the garden gate, her approach hesitant but determined. She wore her best dress, a modest creation in dove grey that spoke of careful maintenance and quiet dignity, and carried a small bouquet of flowers from her own garden as a peace offering for the woman whose trust she had violated and whose peace she had disrupted. The moment of her arrival created a brief hush in the gentle conversation that had been flowing around the garden, not from hostility or judgment, but from the natural uncertainty that accompanies significant reconciliations. Mrs. Weatherby rose from her chair and moved toward the gate with the measured steps of someone who had given considerable thought to this moment, and who was determined to handle it with grace and generosity. "My dear Miss Pemberton," she said, accepting the flowers with genuine warmth. "How wonderful to see you looking so much better. Dr. Manning told us that you have been recovering your strength, and I must say that the rest has clearly done you good. Please, come and join us for tea. There is so much good news to share, and so many plans that we hope you will help us to develop." The embrace that followed was brief but heartfelt, witnessed by the assembled community members who understood that they were observing not merely personal reconciliation, but the renewal of social bonds that made civilized life possible. Miss Pemberton's tears were matched by those of several other observers, though these were tears of relief and joy rather than sorrow or shame. As Miss Pemberton settled into the chair that had been quietly prepared for her arrival, accepting tea and cake with hands that trembled only slightly from emotion rather than fear, the conversation gradually resumed its gentle flow. The topics discussed were practical rather than dramatic. Plans for the Winter Assistance Programme, schedules for the Community Support Centre, and arrangements for ensuring that essential services like the library could be maintained without placing impossible burdens on individual staff members. The evening light had begun to acquire the particular quality that painters spent lifetimes trying to capture on canvas, that magical moment when the sun's angle transforms ordinary objects into subjects worthy of artistic immortality. The roses climbing Mr. Weatherby's trellis seemed to glow from within, their petals catching and holding light that made them appear almost luminous. The faces of the gathered community members bore expressions of contentment and purpose that spoke of problems solved and relationships restored. Miss Marple's knitting needles had completed several more rows of the scarf she was creating, their rhythmic clicking providing a gentle counterpoint to the murmur of conversation and the distant sounds of village life settling into its evening routine. Her satisfaction with the outcome of the Phantom Letters investigation was not merely professional, but deeply personal, rooted in her understanding that true justice often required mercy, and that the strongest communities were those that could acknowledge their failures while working together to prevent their repetition. As the gathering began to disperse with the approaching darkness, each member taking with them not only the memory of a pleasant afternoon, but also a renewed sense of connection to their neighbours and responsibility for their community's welfare. Miss Marple reflected on the curious ways in which apparent disasters could become opportunities for growth and renewal. The Phantom Letters of Chipping Cleghorn had indeed brought fear and disruption to the village, but they had also forced residents to confront problems that had been festering in silence, and to develop solutions that strengthened rather than weakened the bonds of community life. The walk back to Rose Cottage took her past familiar landmarks that seemed somehow more precious in the gathering dusk. The ancient oak tree on the village green where children had played for generations, the weathered memorial stone that honoured those who had given their lives in service to their country, and the cottages whose windows were beginning to glow with the warm light of oil lamps and gas fixtures that marked the end of another day in the eternal cycle of rural life. Her own garden gate opened with the familiar squeak that she had been meaning to oil for months, but which now seemed like the voice of an old friend welcoming her home. The roses that climbed her own cottage walls released their evening fragrance into the cooling air, while somewhere in the distance a nightingale began its liquid song, and the first stars appeared in the deepening sky above Chipping Cleghorn. Inside her cottage, Miss Marple settled into her favourite chair with a cup of tea, and the satisfaction of someone who had helped to solve not merely a mystery, but also the underlying human problems that had made the mystery necessary. The Phantom Letters were now nothing more than an interesting memory, but the community spirit they had inadvertently awakened would continue to benefit Chipping Cleghorn for years to come. Sometimes, she reflected with quiet contentment, the most important victories were the ones that transformed enemies into friends and disasters into opportunities for redemption. And so our tale of phantom letters and gentle mysteries comes to its peaceful close, here in the drowsy village of Chipping Cleghorn, where the evening mist rises from ancient cobblestones and the last roses of autumn release their fragrance into the cooling air. Miss Marple sits by her cottage window, her knitting needles clicking softly in rhythm with the distant church bells that mark another day's passage, while somewhere beyond her garden gate, the village settles into the comfortable embrace of night. The mystery that once cast shadows over this quiet community has dissolved like morning mist before sunlight, leaving behind not bitterness or division, but understanding and renewed connection. Fear has given way to compassion, suspicion to support, and isolation to the warm knowledge that neighbours watch over neighbours with genuine care. In Chipping Cleghorn tonight, no one sleeps alone with their worries, for the phantom letters have taught this village that shared burdens become lighter, and shared kindness makes all hearts stronger. Let this gentle resolution carry you toward your own peaceful rest, knowing that even the darkest mysteries can find their light, that even the most troubled souls can discover redemption, and that communities bound by understanding and mercy are the strongest of all. The village clock chimes 11 times, its bronze voice blessing the sleeping houses and drowsy gardens, while the stars above keep their ancient watch over a world where kindness still triumphs, and where every ending is simply a new beginning waiting to unfold. Sleep well, dear listener, and may your dreams be as gentle as an English countryside evening, as warm as lamplight in cottage windows, and as peaceful as the satisfied sigh of a mystery well solved and a community restored to grace. This has been What If Sleepstorian. Until our paths cross again in another soft-spoken tale, rest easy and remember, the most important stories are often the quietest ones, whispered between neighbours, shared over tea, and carried forward in the gentle rhythms of everyday kindness. Sweet dreams.